Hi. How are you guys? Have you guys been here before? Okay. We'll start you out with a little quick introduction. We have two things going on today. We have our Try It workshop. We get to, they're making starfish. So these are people that have never blown glass before and want a chance to try it. We do it by appointment. And we have some young artists from the local high school glass blowing program. And they walk you through making a simple object. Over in the center, we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're going to be making vases. Yes. Yeah, they are. Stuff his bubble and yours. You're using a cup. Are you making a fake one going to another?
I believe so. Yeah, this is a blow through.
So in the center bench and on the bench on the left, we're going to do what's called stuffing a color cup. We're making two bubbles, one over on the far end, on the far left, and one in the center. And then we're going to stuff one bubble inside the other. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, this is a way of layering different colors. So over on the far left, Ben is making the color cup, and Gabe is making the bubble that goes in the center. And when we put the two together, we'll have it fade from one color to another. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Okay, well, we got two things going on. We have our professional team on the bench on the left and the bench in the center. And we're going to be making some cylindrical vases that fade from one color to another. Over on the right, we have a little try it workshop where our visitors get to try glass blowing. And they have, the young artists that they're working with are from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object, in this case, which is a starfish. We do it by appointment. I believe we have 2 slots open this afternoon. If anybody's interested in trying it, you can go to the front desk and sign up. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. Our glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, one on each side of the studio. Inside each of the furnaces, we put up the furnace diagram. So if you look up at the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. Each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot, we have 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes that everyone has. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these colored glass bars. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of the colored glass. We have a little video. We can show you how that works. Can we play color overlay?
color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So in the center, Gabe is preparing a bubble. Gabe is the man in the gray shirt. And that's going to be the interior bubble. Ben, tall guy in the lighter gray shirt, he's got the bubble that we're going to stuff. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. When you turn them off, they cool down and the orange glow disappears. The glass is the same way. So as long as when we're working, it's very hot, everything's going to look orange. As it cools, when it down, you'll start to see the natural color of the glass. So over on the far left, Ben has the color cup. In the center, Gabe has the bubble that goes inside. Gabe has tripped off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that glass, and they'll eventually go back in the furnace. So Gabe has taken his pipe over to the pipe cooler. When these metal pipes get hot, we lay them in that trough, and we spray water on the metal pipe, and that cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So we're going to take the color cup off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a little stand. Then Gabe's going to come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So now the two colors are layered. So now we're going to tuck in that little edge of the color cup. We roll it against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. Now we have all the glass we need to make our cylinder. We're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
After your piece is made, you break it off the coal,
Yes.
and then you put it in to let it cool down.
Yeah, we put it, when we're done, we put it in these big black ovens. You see at opposite sides of the studio, those are called annealers. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the electric oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down overnight.
So when it breaks off and that glass is jagged, when do you finish that? Is it after it comes out of there, or?
No.
Like if they break this off the pole, it's not super smooth when they break it, right?
Yes. Let's wait till they do that, and I'll explain it as it happens. You'll see it happen. It'll be a little easier to understand.
What is the final piece that this is going to be?
A cylindrical vase. And it's going to fade from one color to another. Can we put up the double fade slide? Can we put up the double fade? So if you look up on the big screen, we may take two bubbles, stuff one inside the other, and then when we blow that up, it'll fade from one color to the other.
I like in the gallery that we were in seeing the paintings and renderings of the process.
Thank you, that's fine.
Those are all yours? Those are wow. That's incredible. That's a really nice addition to the gallery to learn about the process. So
How the process goes.
I'm a fan.
I appreciate that.
Really, really nice work.
All the slides will be up here. I did all the drawings for them as well.
Very interesting.
So you notice that one person is sitting to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to get cool and stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory holes. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So now in the center, we're squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we're going to break the glass away from the metal pipe. So now Gabe, the man in the black and white hat, is heating the glass up, making it soft. And we're going to go bring it back to the workbench and start to blow it up to the full size and shape. He points the glass down at an angle like that. The glass is soft, and the bubble stretches under its own weight, and that makes the bubble longer. Now they're straightening out the sides of the vase. They're rolling it against sheets of wet newspaper, just everyday, ordinary newspaper. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, and we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Does anybody have any questions? When the glass comes straight out of the furnace, it's 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And as soon as we get it out, it starts to drop. Wow. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. Wow. So we're flattening the bottom of that vase. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is holding a wooden paddle against the bottom of that to make sure that the bottom is nice and flat and will sit nicely on the table. So the bottom of the vase is the part that's sticking out. The part you put flowers in is still attached to the metal pipe. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Over to the left, Ben is preparing the punty. He's reached into our furnace. You get a little glass on the end of that steel rod. He's going to shape it up, and he's going to bring it to Gabe sitting at the center bench, and we'll stick that second rod onto the bottom. Okay, let me tell you right after they do this. So now we're going to attach the punty, the second steel rod, to the bottom of the vase. And that's going to act as a temporary handle. It's going to hold the vase from the bottom while we work on the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll take those tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break and give the pipe a tap. Here we go. There's the water. There's the tap. So now the vase is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, and now the top can be heated and shaped. So this is where we smooth. We'll just, same thing, we'll drip some water on there, and then break it off. Then we'll take a torch and just melt that little spot where we broke it off. So now we can work on the top. Can we put up the double fade drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we make two bubbles, one with that fades from the color to clear. We drop another bubble inside, and that's how we get the fade. That's called stuffing a color cup.
Is this going to be yellow and orange, or what colors are?
No, I think it's green and red, a transparent red.
So it's almost like you can see the color.
Yeah. heating up the glass in the glory hole, concentrating the heat at the very top. We're going to flare the end of that opening, and we're going to use that flare, that flange, to stretch the glass out and thin it out at the top. The glass is always a little thick at the top. And then we're going to break off that flared part and open the thing up. We'll make a little notch with the jacks, those metal tongs. And we'll give it a little whack. And bust that part off. Now we're going to heat it up again, make it soft, and we're going to widen the opening so you can put flowers in it. Gabe's going to use the jacks, those metal tongs, pressing against the inside of that opening to make it wider. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the top to make it nice and flat. Roll it against the wet newspaper again to make the sides nice and straight. So we're almost done with this vase. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the vase off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. The connection between the punty, the metal rod, and the vase itself is very fragile. As long as it stays warm, everything is okay. So periodically you'll see them take that torch and just warm up that connection. Once again, we're going to use water to break the glass away from the second steel rod, the punty. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. We'll take a torch and melt the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we're going to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We stamp the soft glass. And we'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Austin, Gabe, and Ben. Yep. So does that answer your question? Yes. If anybody is interested, we have our Try It workshop over there. Get to try glass blowing. We have 2 slots open this afternoon. Yes. I'm not sure. Ask at the front desk. So we're going to make 2 bubbles. Can we put up the double fade slide? So we're going to make 2 bubbles. One called the color cup that fades from a color to clear. Then we'll make another bubble. We'll stuff it inside, and then the 2 bubbles will be joined, and it'll fade from one color to another. This is called stuffing a color cup, and it's a way of layering colors. So Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, he's going to make the bubble for the color cup, and Gabe is going to make the bubble for that goes inside. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So over on the far left, we're gonna coat the initial bubble with some colored glass. Austin in the tan shirt is heating up the colored glass. Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, has a bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. We have 2 things going on today. We have our Try It workshop, where you get to try glass blowing. We have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools, and they're walking our visitors through making a simple object, in this case, a starfish. If you're interested in trying it yourself, you can go to the front desk, the ticket desk, and they can sign you up, and you'll get to try glass blowing. You do it by appointment, and we have 2 slots open this afternoon to try glass blowing. It's really fun, and the artists from Hilltop are very good at walking you through it. Now, in the center, we're going to do that same process. It's called a color overlay. Gabe in the hat is blowing a bubble of clear glass. The man's sitting at the bench now. Austin in the tan shirt is heating up the colored glass, and we're going to coat that bubble with the colored glass. So we're going to have 2 different bubbles, and we're going to stuff one inside the other to get our color fade. Can we put up the double fade drawing again? If you look up on the big screen, so the bubble mark color cup is what Ben is making over there. What they're making in the center is the bubble that's going to go inside.
And then do you think, I mean, I should,
Go into the mold.
should I block it at all?
Yeah, you can lock it, yeah. Because you want to have hot glass over the cold core.
I might try it on a different one because this one, we want air bubbles in it.
Whatever. That's my thought.
No, yeah, that's definitely possible.
So over on the left, Ben is shaping the glass and blowing a little. The gray pad in Ben's hand, just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as it stays wet, we can shape the glass with the pad of newspaper, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape it. So we're making a tall, narrow, cylindrical vase, and it'll fade from one color to the other. Now in the center, Gabe is letting his bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with another layer of clear glass. When he feels that's sturdy enough, we'll take it over to the furnace, dip it in, coat it. That's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So the two machines where you see the doors closed, those are the glass furnaces. And if you look up on the big screen, that's what they look like inside. So in each one of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted clear glass. So now Gabe's going over to the furnace, and he's coating his bubble with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. He's going to shape that glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We put up stuffing a color cup. So we're making two bubbles. One we're going to open up. The other one we're going to leave closed. We're going to drop the closed one into the color cup, and that will layer the two colors. Gabe is taking an air gun and blowing a little air on his bubble to cool it down and stiffen it. And we're going to dip it into a furnace and one more layer of clear glass.
Is there an artist in residence right now?
Nope. It's our team.
And what are you making?
We're making a narrow vase, cylindrical vase that fades from one color to another.
Cool. Thank you.
So in the center, Gabe is letting his bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And we're going to put one more layer of clear glass over that. So Gabe dips his bubble into our big tank of molten glass. He's got a fresh hot layer. He's going to drip off some of the excess into that steel can. And we'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. He's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. We have a little steel trough there. We lay the pipe in the steel trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Ben in the center has our color cup. He's applied the color We're going to place the color cup in a stand. Then Gabe's going to come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So now the two bubbles are joined, and we'll have our fade. Can we put up the double fade diagram. So we made the two bubbles that they fade from clear color to clear. You did the bubble in the opposite direction, and then when we blow the thing up, it'll fade from one color to the other. No, what?
You're the guy who draws with chalk?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. I asked if there was an artist in residence, but you're the famous artist.
No, I'm just a tour guide today.
Tour guide.
So now we have all the glass we need to make our vase. We have the colors layered so that they fade from one color to another. And we're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as the man sitting at the bench shapes it.
Not yet. I'm so. I mean, a million, but I feel like I haven't seen enough to really wrap my mind around what's
Oh,
even
look, your
going on.
words are picking up on the mic.
At what temperature?
Yes.
At what temperature does the glass become malleable?
Well, when does the glass become malleable? There's no specific temperature. Glass is kind of like wax or butter. It just kind of gets softer and softer the hotter you get it. It's not like ice. Ice is solid, and at a certain temperature, it turns to liquid. Glass is more like wax or butter. It just kind of softens a little bit as you get it hotter. So it doesn't really have a melting point. Yeah, it's the color temperature is same deal with the glass.
So he's using a big torch now.
The torches, when we heat up the glass with the torches, that allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the round oven, the glory hole, it kind of heats it more generally. If we need the heat in a particular place, we use the torches. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. When we point the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and will stretch under its own weight and make the bubble longer. Yes.
glass,
Yes. As many as you like. You guys have any questions?
Not at the moment, not yet. How do they get the different colored glass?
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. That's what you're seeing now is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. All colors are going to look orange when they're really hot. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing here with the glass. I don't know. We've layered two colors, so it's going to fade from one color to the other. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with, that's just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, we're just using a pad of ordinary everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. So the one underneath is a brand new one. The one laying on top is one that's been used for a little while. So now we're going to take a wooden paddle and press it against the bottom and make the bottom nice and flat so it sits nicely on the table. Now we're going to roll the sides of the vase against that wet newspaper, and that'll straighten out the sides. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Okay, good.
Are they making that into a vase?
Yep. So the next part of this process, we're going to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will grab the vase from the bottom while we work on the top. Over on the far left, Ben is preparing the second steel rod, and that's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. It's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the vase from the bottom while we work on the top. Yes. I don't know. So we're going to heat up the tip of the punty so it's a little bit soft and sticky. And Ben, tall guy in the lighter gray shirt, is going to bring it to Gabe sitting down at the workbench. And we're going to attach it. So this is just temporary to hold the vase from the bottom while we work on the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll take the tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break. And then a little tap on the pipe, and off it'll come. So Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top of the vase is exposed. The top of the vase can now be heated and shaped. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glory holes and the glass furnaces. The glass furnaces, where we keep the tanks of molten glass, they're on 24/7. The glory holes, where we heat it up while we're working, those are only on during the working day. Natural gas, yes. The glory holes run at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces run at about 2,100. "2100 is about as hot as the hottest volcano. So now Gabe is stretching out the glass at the top of the vase to make it thinner, and then he's going to cut off the part, that funky part that he used to stretch it. We'll grab it with the shears, give it a little tap, and off it comes.
The design of the building is so that the heat can go up.
Yes,
And
it's like a giant chimney.
And you have makeup air coming in from the outside.
Yeah, coming in, there's vents right underneath you.
Ah,
That's the incoming gas.
yeah. Good design.
On the project, we have five. We have five core team members, and then we have, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 part timers.
How do most people end up here?
What?
How do most people end up here?
They all have different stories. Some of them have learned at work. Some of them learned at art school. Now Gabe's going to roll it against the newspaper marver. Just some sheets of wet newspaper on top of a sheet of plywood. And then we're going to use that to straighten out the sides of the vase.
Well, I love the kid art.
You love the what?
The kid art.
Yeah. No, that's
How
great.
do you decide, like,
The team decides.
so they go, I want to try that one.
Yeah. Collaborative. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so
You get 100 to 200 drawings each month, and we pick one.
You do a really nice job of, like, if I was a kid, I would
We've worked with kids from China and France, but it's mostly kids that come and visit the museum. They have to be. The only restriction is they have to be 12 or younger. So we're pretty much done with this vase. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the vase off the metal rod. We'll place it in one of these annealing ovens. And it has a little computerized thermostat, and we'll slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. What? Overnight. Yeah, overnight for most things. If they're really thick, then we cool them over longer periods.
Does that relate to how big the piece is?
No, it's only thickness.
Only thickness. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you can't have a gradient. You can't have a.
Exactly. Yes. So when we anneal them, we keep them at a constant temperature till it's the same temperature inside and out, and then we slowly reduce that temperature so we don't create a new gradient between the inside and the outside.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 and under, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. We have a little short video. We can tell you a little bit about our Kids Design Glass contest. We play Kids Design.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s is like, hey, he made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So we're starting the next phase over on the workbench on the far left. Ben, tall guy in the light gray shirt, has blown a bubble of clear glass. Where they have their glass shop. So there's over on that bench, they're taking a little break at this moment, but we have a workshop where our visitors can try glass blowing, and we have a young artist from the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, you can actually learn glass blowing in the public schools. And so they walk our visitors through making a simple object, get to try glass blowing, and today they're making starfish. Starfish. Can we put up, oh, we can't put up anything right now. So that's Gabe in the black and white hat. He's going to blow a bubble of clear glass. And Austin in the tan shirt, he's heating up some colored glass. And we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass.
You're going to try to draw one?
That sounds good. So there's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms, and doesn't cost anything. Just go there, do the drawing, put it in the box. And
Or you can take a bunch home and then give them to me and I can burn them in.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
Sounds good, yeah.
Like when I was a kid, I didn't want the ice cream that my mom had in the freezer. I wanted to go to the ice cream shop. Buy it. It's always more exciting. My mom would go, but I have ice cream. I go, no. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? Yes. Yeah, they're making these vases for the store. Yep. So Gabe in the center has blown a bubble of clear glass, and we just dropped a little colored glass on top, and we're going to smear it till it entirely coats the original bubble. What? Oh. There you go. Yep, yep.
Like he was saying, they brought together colored glass and clear glass. It's hard to see when it's hot like this because everything.
All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When it starts to cool, you'll start to see the true colors. Can we put up the, oh no, we can't do that right now. We're making two bubbles, one that fades from a color to clear, and the other one that's a solid color, and we're going to put one inside the other to make our fade. We have a, when the AV guy gets back, I'll show you, we have a little drawing. The rods are made out of steel. Most of them are stainless steel. Some of them are mild steel. It doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. One of the reasons is because it's very long, and there's a lot of surface area to dissipate the heat. When you think about your own home, you think about a frying pan on the stove, and the handle gets hot. That handle is 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so there's a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. If you look at the pipes that they're using, you'll see that they're shiny up unto a certain point, and then they get sort of dull gray. The part where it's dull gray, that part is too hot to hold. The parts where it's shiny, it's cool enough to hold. So we're making 2 bubbles of different colors, and we're going to blow one bubble inside the other. It's called stuffing a color cup. Ben, over on the far left, is making the color cup. It's going to look like a little bowl, and then we're going to take the bubble that Gabe has, and we're going to stuff it inside, and that'll layer the 2 colors. Gabe is the man in the black and white hat. Ben is the tall guy on the far left. Gray shirt. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. You guys have any questions?
Why don't they have more burns?
We don't want more burns.
I'm glad. I'm glad they don't have it. I'm really grateful.
One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. So right now in the center, Gabe is letting his bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to dip it into the furnace and coat it with another layer of clear glass. So if you look at Gabe's bubble, especially if you look at it on the big screen, you can see it's not orange, it's a sort of mint green. When he coats it with the clear glass again, it's going to be very hot, it's going to look orange again. So we just let it cool so it's stiff enough so that it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in our big tank of molten glass. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. So he dips it in and twirls it around and coats it. Now we have a fresh layer of hot molten glass. He's going to take a tool called the block and shape the glass. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We put up the double fade drawing. So we have a little drawing of what we're going to do with the colors. We're going to make 2 bubbles. One of them open. That's called the color cup. And then we're going to take the other bubble and we're going to stuff it inside, and that'll layer the 2 colors, and we'll get our fade from one color to the other. Ben, over on the far left, is making the color cup, and Gabe in the center is making the bubble that's going to go inside. Do you guys in the back have any questions? So we're making a tall cylinder vase and it's going to fade from one color to another. Now, Gabe is shaping the glass. The gray pad in his hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. This is one of our most important tools. Yes? We're making a tall, narrow vase that fades from one color to the other. Gabe's going over to Ben and checking out the relative sizes so he can know how much glass he needs to stuff the color cup. So now Gabe is letting his bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to add one more layer of clear glass to that bubble. All this stuff that we're doing right now is to get the color fade. We haven't begun to actually make a shape yet. So Gabe's dripping off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and we'll eventually that'll go back in the furnace. Ben, tall guy in light gray shirt, has our color cup. If you look at Ben's bubble, you can see how the color goes from that dark color and fades to clear. So we take the color cup off the metal rod. We'll place it in a little stand. And then Gabe's going to come over and stuff it with his bubble. So now we have all the glass we need to make the vase. We have the two colors layered to make our color fade. And we're going to get this thing really hot, and we're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass while Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Austin is heating up the glass in that round furnace. That's called the glory hole. He's going to make the glass nice and soft and bring it to Gabe. And then we're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. The glory hole, the round furnace, that runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. So now Ben, seated to the left, is blowing as Gabe shapes the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. You can see the bubble getting bigger. When they hold the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and the bubble stretches under its own weight and makes the bubble longer. He's taken the tool called the jacks and making a little notch in there. That notch is the place where you can break the glass away from the metal pipe. So Ben is blowing as Gabe shapes it. So all the colors you see while we're working are distorted. The color at the top of the vase is an opaque blue, like a sky blue, and then the darker transparent color is a copper blue. So it'll fade from that opaque blue to the transparent, transparent blue at the bottom. Obviously, it doesn't look that way right now because it's hot and it's distorted by the heat. When it cools off, it'll return to its natural color. Now Gabe's going to roll it on what we call the newspaper marver. A sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper on top. And we're going to use that to straighten the sides of the vase. Sometimes there's little flecks of newspaper. So now we're going to take a wooden paddle and flatten the bottom of the vase. Gabe is keeping the sides in check by leaning on it with the jacks, those metal tongs. If you look up on the big screen, sometimes it gives it a little truer rendition of the true colors. So you can see how it fades from the dark transparent blue to the light opaque. So the next part of this process is to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. You guys see the color now? It's easy almost to look at the screen. You see, look at the screen. You see the color more truly on the screen. So now Ben's coming over with the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to attach it to the bottom of the vase. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe, sitting at the bench, is going to take his tweezers, dip them in water. He's going to drip some water where he wants the glass to break. And we'll give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. There's the water. There's the tap. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Now Gabe is going to take the jacks, those metal tongs, and he's going to flare out the top of the vase. And he's going to use that flange to stretch the glass out at the top and make it thinner. Now we're going to bust off that part with the flange. It served its purpose to let us stretch out the glass at the top. We'll give a little tap, and off it comes. Has anybody got any questions? So now we're going to widen the opening at the top so you can put the flowers in. We're holding a wooden paddle across the top. Keep it nice and straight. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in that silver oven, and we're going to cool it down very slowly overnight. Once again, we're going to use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. We'll take the tweezers, dip them in water, We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and then just a light tap will release it. So we'll take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on that joint. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap, and the vase will come off. There's the tap. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off and soften a little area on the base. And we're going to take a metal stamp and stamp it with the museum logo. And now into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Austin Stern, and Gabe Phoenix. So for those of you who just came in, give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we make here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at a 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the melted glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass collects around the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. So we're going to make two bubbles that fade from a solid color to clear. We're going to join the bubbles one inside the other, and we'll make a vase that'll fade from a dark transparent color at the bottom to a solid opaque color at the top. Could we put up the double fade drawing? So we have a little drawing, show you what we're going to do. We make two bubbles, one of them called the color cup, the one on the bottom that's open. Then we can take another bubble and drop it inside, and the colors will fade from the color on the bottom to the color on the top. So we'll make the color cup on the bench on the far left. We'll make the bubble that goes inside on the center bench, and then we're going to drop one bubble inside the other. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? Okay, no, that's good. Oh, good, good. Do they do a drawing for the? Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we make two each. If you win the contest, you can bring the whole family down. And we make two of the drawing, one for the museum and one for the kid.
If they're not local to the area, does that?
Doesn't matter at all. We've done it with kids from China, with kids from France. If you're not here, if you're from another place, we'll Skype with you while we make it, so we can talk to you and you can watch it on the internet.
Yeah, we're just 2 hours down.
Okay, yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. If he has a good drawing, I'll just give you a little clue. Have they made their drawings yet? There's a little space on the entry form where you can write something about the drawing that you made, and if you come up with a good story, that goes a long way towards winning. So don't forget that part. There you go. So good story really helps it. If you can make us laugh, that's a big plus in winning the contest. Yes. So we're making one more vase, and I think then it'll be lunch. Yeah, no, you're good. We just start. Can we put up the double fade drawing? So we're going to make a cylinder vase, and it's going to fade from one color to the other. We have a diagram up on the big screen. So we're going to make two bubbles. One will be opened up, that's called the color cup. Then we're going to put another bubble inside with a different color, and it'll fade from one color to the other. So Gabe is making the inside bubble here at the center bench, and Ben, over on the far left, he's making the color cup. So Ben's coming over with the color cup. Ben, taller guy in the light gray shirt. Gabe in the center is letting his bubble cool and stiffen. We're going to put one more layer of hot molten glass on Gabe's bubble, and then we're going to stuff it inside the color cup. Gabe's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of molten clear glass. We'll drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can, and we'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. So now we'll take the color cup off of Ben's rod at the center. We'll place it in a stand, and then Gabe will come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So we place the color cup in the stand. And Gabe will come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So now the two bubbles are joined. We've layered the two colors. We'll shape that bubble up a little bit, and then we'll start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
We kind of got here late. I don't know.
Okay. Ask away.
How do you get into working doing this stuff?
These are all professional guys, so they have to be good when they get here. Gabe, the guy in the black and white hat, he got a job in a glass shop in his early 20s, and he's been working in the glass for 29 years. Ben it's going to fade from one color to the other.
How does that work? Adding the color?
Well, we blow out. Hold up. Could we play color overlay? We have a little video. Show you how that works.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Like a little piece of it like this, it would be like kind of milky white. You get a piece like this, it'd be solid. But if we coat each bubble individually, we can make a red thing, a green thing, a blue thing, whatever we want.
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Have you ever had one touch your leg a little bit?
Nope.
No, thank God. That would suck. You imagine that touches your leg a little bit? How long is that going to take for him to make?
Well, the whole thing process is about a half hour.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So these things you guys just put them on display, or do you guys just sell them off?
guys have any questions? No.
It's kind of fascinating.
Yes.
We're always fascinated.
So we're going to roll that bubble against the pad of wet newspaper and straighten out the sides of the vase. That's just ordinary newspaper soaked in water. Hi, how are you guys? Good, how are you? Good. You guys have any questions?
I'm okay right now. I watched Blown Away on Netflix, so
Okay.
I mean, I don't know much, but I love watching and observing.
You see the tall guy in the light gray shirt?
Yeah.
He was a guest judge on Blown Away.
Okay, he looks familiar.
Uh,
That's very cool.
Season 4, episode 6.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go home and watch that again now.
There you go.
What are they making?
They're making some tall bud vases that fade from one color to the other.
Very cool.
Little burns like you might if you worked in a kitchen. But not medical stuff, just kind of annoying little burns sometimes. It's not nearly as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. It's not as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. You can see they're handling bare hands. Yep. So the next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will act as a temporary handle and will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the far left, Ben, tall guy in the light gray shirt, is making the second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. And he's going to bring it to Gabe. Gabe will stick it on the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. So the part that you put the flowers in is still attached to the pipe. The part that sits on the table is sticking out. So Ben brings the punty, the second steel rod, to Gabe, and Gabe's going to attach it to the bottom of the vase. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. He'll take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip some water where he wants the glass to break. There he goes. And he'll give the pipe a tap. And off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. We're going to take a tool called the jacks. I'm going to press against the inside of the opening. And we're going to flare it, make a little flange. We're going to use that flange to stretch the glass out and make it thinner at the top. He's pulling outward. We'll blow a little air. The glass is always a little thick at the top of the bubble, so we have to stretch it out and cut some of that off. So we'll bust that off. Now we're going to flare that opening again. We'll hold the wooden paddle across the top, make sure it's nice and straight. So everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the vase off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer. We'll put it in this one right here, a little silver one. And we'll be cool it slowly overnight. The slow cooling process is called annealing. And if we didn't do that, if we just made it, put it on the table, and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So in order to get it off that metal rod, we'll once again take the tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip some water on the joint between the vase and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint. And just a light tap will release it. Take a torch and soften a little spot on the base, and then we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. There we go. Make sure it stays flat. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team Austin Stern, Ben Cobb, and Gabe Feener. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. Thanks for coming in, guys. Take care. Hey, Chris, when you put the videos on, could you turn the volume down a little? It's been really loud lately.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia.
That's a good volume.
From the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after Sam, this might put the cap on the Ball Barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society Conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically 2 ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. when I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I just started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Bising Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm going to need some rabbage. Rabbit. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. You got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns.
Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah. It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one like effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizda Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful
pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry.
I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which will be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished U is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be.
could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture, being polish it to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned. That's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French Consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, just once is fine. Awesome. Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, man? Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, take a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across? Bring it across these ones.
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Slow
the
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot torch?
Yeah, totally. Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Thank you.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
You want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made actually haven't made very many more of them because it's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, I started, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, really into the process of, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, then that is, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have two projects going on today. Over on the right, we have a try glass blowing workshop. We're giving our visitors a chance to try glass blowing. We do it by appointment. We have some young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program in Tacoma Public School, and they walk you through making a simple object. So you get a chance to actually try this. They're very good, very patient, and it's fun. It's really fun. We're full up for today, but you can either sign up online or make an appointment at our ticket desk in the center of the grand lobby. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So the glass is kept at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden. Then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays hot for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen a bit, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms. We buy it in bars, in little chips, in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video and show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in this manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make a red thing, a blue thing, a pink thing, whenever we want. So in the center, the man in the gray shirt, that's Gabe Feenan, one of our museum glass blowers. And he's pushing the color back until it entirely coats the original bubble. Now he's going to set up the color in a manner called a blow-through. And this is going to cause the color not to be even, but to fade from a dark color to a clear. We can either just coat the whole thing evenly and get a uniform color, or we can do a blow through and get a fade of color. So we're making a kind of a tall, skinny, cylindrical bud vase. Does anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three things into the furnace, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. The glass that we use is a little different than the glass in bottles. The glass in bottles is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly so that we can shape it by hand. The basic chemistry is the same, but the proportions are different. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So one person blows while the other person shapes it. This method of blowing is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we blow in a very similar manner to the way that they do in Venice. So now Gabe just immersed his glass in a solution of baking soda and water. The water evaporates quickly, and it leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface. And when we immerse that bubble in the molten glass again, the baking soda will gas up and may give us a bubbly texture. Can we put up the baking soda drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram to show you how that works. So now Gabe's going back to the furnace. He's going to put another coating of hot molten glass on there. And we'll have more glass, but we'll also have the bubbly texture. He's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler, that T-shaped trough is the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough, and we spray water on the pipe to cool it down and make it easier to hold. When we reach into the furnace to get the new glass out, that often gets the pipes hot, and so we go directly to the pipe cooler, spray water on it, and then we're good to go, and the pipe is easy to handle. The dark gray pad that Gabe is shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper, regular everyday newspaper. It's folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as it's wet, the paper doesn't burn too much and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. This is one of our most important tools. We put up the newspaper photo. So if you see in the picture there, there's a brand new folded up newspaper, and then laying on top of it is one that's been used for a while. Two and a half. Weighing as much as a vase in your house. It's not going to be that much. Why are we using the torch? The torch allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, the glory hole, it kind of heats it up generally. If we need the heat here or here or here, we use the torches. No. Probably we can make the flame bigger or smaller. Temperature is determined by the burning of the gas. guys have any questions? When he points the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and it'll stretch under its own weight, and the bubble becomes longer. You guys have any questions? Okay. Infinitely. Glass can be heated and cooled as many times as you like. Think of it like wax. If you get wax hot, it gets soft. If it cools, it gets hard. If you get it hot again, it gets soft again. Well, if we got it hotter than we do, it would boil, and then eventually it would evaporate. The glass in our furnace is about 2,100. If we took it up to maybe 2,400, then it would actually, 2,500 maybe, it would start to boil. Well, we can turn them down at night when we're not using it, but you don't turn it off.
You don't turn it off just because of thermal expansion and all that stuff, and things might break, or just.
Well, the glass will contract, and if it's allowed to solidify in the pot, it'll tear the liner up. You have to replace the liner. So if we shut the furnace off, first thing we have to do is scoop all the glass out.
What's the electricity bill for one of these things?
They're gas.
Oh, they're gas, okay.
So, not that much. The furnace is run about $500 a month each, and the glory holes run probably about $200. The glory holes are only on during the heating up a very small area to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, you're heating up a very giant area below you. So a typical house might be 12,000 cubic feet of air, and our interior of our furnace is 12 cubic feet. So we're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,100, and you're heating up 12,000 feet to 68. Those guys are, you have to do it by appointment. So all the people you see working on that bench, those are our visitors who are trying glass blowing. And the people who are helping them are from the local high school glass blowing program in the Tacoma Public Schools. That oven in the center with the curbside is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It's hot enough. It runs about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So if we make something in parts, we can make a part, put it in the garage, and we're ready to use it. We'll pull it out, heat it up a little extra. But it can stay in the garage, and it maintains its shape, and it doesn't break. So now Gabe is going to take the jacks, those metal tongs, and he's going to widen that opening. He presses against the inside of the opening, and that makes the opening larger. And then he leans on the side of the vase to kind of keep that straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. If we just made this vase and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. So when we're finished this vase, we'll take it off the metal rod, we'll place it in our annealing oven, one of these horizontal ovens, and we'll cool it very slowly overnight. Slow cooling process is called annealing. So it looks like we're close to being done. Austin in the beige shirt is spraying water on a newspaper. We're holding a wooden paddle across the top. And making sure that it's nice and straight. Now that the glass is a good bit cooler, you can see the bubbly texture and the fade of color. So now we want to get that vase off the metal rod. Once again, we'll use the tweezers and water. We'll dip the tweezers in water. We'll drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint. We'll just drip a little water there and then tap on the pipe and off it'll come. Here we go. We drip the water on the joint between the vase and the metal rod. Give it a little tap. We're going to take a torch and melt a little spot on the base where we broke it off. Ooh, torch is out of gas. We'll just put that one away and we'll grind and polish it later. into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan and Austin Stern. Has anybody got any questions? Most of them are stainless, but some people like the old mild steel ones. I said most of them are stainless, but some glass blowers prefer mild steel. So that the hot glass doesn't warp. Arthur Erickson, Canadian architect. It's a long course in Vancouver, and it's Team of Man at the University of British Columbia. Those are really good. You guys have any questions? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in, man. So we're starting the next vase. Gabe in the gray shirt is heating up the tip of his pipe so that the glass will stick to it. He's dipping it into our furnace full of molten glass. Austin in the beige shirt is heating up a bar of colored glass, and we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. All glass, when it's hot, looks orange, The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So we've added the color in the center workbench. And now Gabe's going to push that color backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. You can see Gabe rolling it on that steel table and pushing the color backwards towards the pipe so it's entirely coated with the colored glass. Can we put up the blow-through slide? So when he sets up the color for this, he makes the bubble a little bit flatter and wider, and we get more clear glass over that, and we push it out towards the front. And then when we blow, the hot glass at the front is hotter. The bubble moves up into the hot clear glass, and it makes the color fade. This is called a blow-through. This will give us our fade of color on the vase. So in the center, Gabe is shaping that glass using a tool called the block. Looks like a little scoop. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Oh, that's the torch that's on pilot. So they leave it kind of lit, and then so I can just grab it at a moment's notice and squeeze the trigger and get the big flame.
It's on call. I see. So it gets bigger than that.
Oh yeah.
I've been watching it like, no one's noticing this.
What?
All heat. All for the glass.
Yeah, the torches will give us heat that we can focus in a particular place. When we heat it up in the big round oven, kind of heats it up all generally. And we need the heat in a particular place to use it for. the man seated to the left of the workbench, that's Austin, and he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? The flame, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it keeps it up generally. When we need the flame, the heat focused in a particular place, we use the torches. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a notch in it. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the pipe once we're done shaping. When Gabe points the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer. You can see the bubbles getting longer. So the next part of this process is to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Austin, in the beige shirt, is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. He's going to bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will stick it onto the bottom. Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know?
I actually have a question about Dale Chihuly.
Okay.
What is the relation of Viola to him?
What relationship?
Was Viola his mother?
Oh, Violet's his mom.
Is she? Okay.
He grew up here in
Yeah.
Omaha.
That's what I wondered.
He's very
because,
close.
There's the room named after, but there's also a picture of them together.
Yep.
And she looked older, and I'm like, I don't think it's his wife. I think it's his mom.
This is
I was
no,
right.
his wife is about 20 years younger than him.
Well, there you are. I'm learning all the time.
There you go.
There you are. Oh, okay.
He's very close to his mom.
Yeah, yeah. And then what happened to his eye? He damaged his
Car
eye.
accident.
Oh, really? Is his mom still living?
No.
For an artist, that is the visual artist losing your sight. It's got to be the worst.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he hasn't blown glass since the late 70s.
Yeah, really.
He designs all the work, and he has teams of glass like
Oh, really?
our
Yeah.
glass blowers like this that make the actual object
Ah.
from his design.
Well, there you are. Wow. Huh. You should see some of the drawings that he does for them. Drawings for the people that watch.
Now, Gabe is going to take the jacks and flare out the top of that vase and makes a little flange, and he uses that to stretch the glass out. So he makes a little flare and he stretches that out, and that thins the glass out at the very top. The glass at the top where we break it off the pipe is always a little thick, so we want to stretch it out and cut off the excess. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Oh, cool. Good. You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Now Gabe's taking the jacks, and he's going to widen the opening so you can put flowers in it. So we're pretty much done with this vase. We're going to use water to get the vase off the metal rod. We'll drip some water off the tweezers onto the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a little tap will release it. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off with a torch. We'll place the vase in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Gabe in the center is pushing the colored glass backwards towards the pipe so it entirely coats his original clear bubble. So we want the color in this vase to do a fade, and we're going to do what's called a blow through. We're going to set the color up so that it fades from strong at the top to clear at the bottom. Can we put up the blow through slide? So if you look up on the big screen, this is how we prepare the color so that it fades. We make a sort of flattened bubble. That's kind of flattened and wide. We coat it with clear glass, move the clear glass out to the front. Then when we blow, the bubble will go out into the hot clear glass and it'll stretch the color out, and the color will fade from top to bottom. So it'll be dark at the top of the vase, fading into clear. They're doing it right now. Yeah. He's crouched down. So if you look now, you'll see Austin in the beige shirt is blowing as Gabe sitting at the bench shapes it. Tool is made out of wood, so it's stored in a bucket of water. So the tool has to be wet so it doesn't burn while we freeze it.
How does water not
We're going to dunk it in a bucket of baking soda and water. We put up the baking soda drawing. So you get a, oh, he's not in there. So we're going to stick it in the furnace and coat it with more molten glass. Each time we dip it in the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. He's taking it over to the pipe cooler, where we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, gets the pipe hot. We take it over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now he's blowing again. Austin is blowing. You can see the bubble inflating. Gabe's taking a tool called the jacks and squeezing the glass and making a little notch in it. That notch is the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Also, pointing it down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and will stretch under its own weight, and he's making the bubble longer.
Oh, it will be. Okay.
Is that typically y'all pick a specific shade?
Today we're making stuff for the store, so it's kind of a production. We have guest artists come in from all over the world, and we make all sorts of crazy stuff for them.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we're not making the same thing all day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's a piece on exhibit in the gallery. The show my chalk drawings and also some of my personal pieces.
We just went through the gallery. Which ones were they?
The ones where the big chalk drawings are of the glass blowing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All of those, or they're just by them.
Well, all the drawings are mine.
Okay.
And there's a little collection of my blown glass in the front.
Okay.
I do all the illustrations at the museum. So we made illustrations from the different techniques. Pick glass from the collection. That uses the techniques that really. Oh, that. That's constructed from rods of glass.
Yeah.
So it's done with a torch, and so it just pre-made rods of glass, and it's kind of melted together and constructed from the inside out.
Okay. That's cool. It's like a puzzle almost of sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or it looks like those little sections is already a pre-made section that you then just either attach to another one and mold.
Got it.
Yeah. Cool.
The metal armature in the center, and it's kind of like an upside-down Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And so each piece is blown separately, and then each piece fits on one of the rods that come off the main thing, and then you just put there's so many pieces on there that you can't see the metal armature.
Yeah, right.
So now we're going to flatten the bottom of the vase. Hold the wooden paddle across the bottom, and Gabe leans on the side. So the part that sits on the table is the part sticking out. The part that you put flowers in is still attached to the pipe. The next thing we're going to do is transfer this vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will get attached at the bottom. We'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. And then it will be held from the bottom The top will be exposed, and then the top can be heated and shaped. Austin, in the beige shirt, is going to make the second steel rod called the Punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Gabe, who's leading our team today, he's been blowing glass for 29 years. Austin, who's assisting him, is 22 years.
They just do everything so seamlessly.
What?
They do everything so seamlessly.
They're very, very good.
Yeah.
These guys are a world-class glass. Austin is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. So the guy leading our team today, Gabe Feenan, he's an excellent artist in his own right. Can we put up some of Gabe's artwork up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of sculptures that made by Gabe, the man leading our team today. Gabe has given glass demonstrations all over Europe. He's shown in France and all over America. So he has his own art career. This is his day job, working for the museum. Now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little bit thick, so we're going to flare it, stretch it out a little, and cut some of it off. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So now Gabe's going to flare the opening. is you make a little flange that he'll use to pull against to stretch out the glass at the top. We'll blow a little air in the front end to make that a little thinner. And now we're going to cut that stretched glass away. Now we'll concentrate the heat at the very top of the vase, and we're going to widen the opening. So we're rolling it against the wet newspaper to straighten out the sides of the vase. The vase is just about done. We're going to take it off the metal pipe, and we're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where we'll cool it slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. This slow cooling process is called annealing, and it relieves any tension in the glass and prevents it from breaking. Take the tweezers, dip them in water, we'll tap off the combs, take a torch and soften a spot on the bottom, and then we'll stamp it with the museum logo, with a metal stamp. Into our annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. About a half hour. About a half an hour. Years plus a half an hour. That's the glass. Oh, that's the glory hole? Can we put up the glory hole diagram? Just fire. So it's a brick barrel with two gas burners on the side, and it makes a hot chamber. And when we stick the glass in there, we can soften it so we can work on it. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for coming in, guys. So we're getting close to our closing time. So we're just going to make a couple of drinking glasses, and that'll be our day. It's 4:37, and museum closes at 5. If there's anything else you want to do while you're here, go look at the exhibits or go to the gift store, anything like that, now would be the time to do it, because we will close promptly at 5. So Austin, seated to the left, is going to blow as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. When he swings the glass like that, it makes the bubble longer. So Austin in the tan shirt is blowing as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes the foot. Gabe is heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven with the door open. The glory hole runs on natural gas and forced air. And we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Does anybody have any questions? Say what? It's closed at the bottom. He folded the foot over so there's a folded rim on the bottom. The part you drink out of is still attached to the pipe. We're going to attach it to another rod at the bottom. We'll break it off of this pipe, and then we'll open the top. So he's going to blow a little puff of air into the steel tube, close it up with his thumb, and automatically the little bubble will pop out the other end. So Austin, seated to the left, is blowing as Gabe shapes the bubble. Squeezing it down. So Austin is blowing as Gabe shapes it. Gabe is the man sitting at the bench. Austin is the man crouched down to the left. presses the glass in on itself and makes a little folded foot for the drinking cup. Next, we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're going to stick the punty onto the bottom of the drinking glass. When he feels that bond is firm enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll just chill it with the jacks, give it a little tap, and off it comes. Trim a little thick glass from the top. Going to blow a little air into the front end to make that shape fuller and rounder. Just open the opening wide. Take it over to the finished glass, to the annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for the day. Thank you all for coming in.